probably started recording with that, but that's okay. Yeah, go. The other one got closed out completely.
Hey, Ryan. Okay, I'm just going to read the top two place winners in the junior division qualified for funded access number 3, so we're talking about alongside national coaches. E6 UFC Russell Cooks and Russell Cooks. The only Folkstyle. Okay. And then we're just doing when the championships are over, just sign off.
Yeah, we're doing a true second, so if you want to keep broadcasting through that, it's going to be someone from the finals and the guy who won third.
And that I'll just look at that.
Yeah, it'll come through here.
Do you know how many? Oh yeah, you wouldn't know how that.
No, it ends up being random, you know.
Okay.
Time to start. 4 minutes. Oh yeah.
Are they having the face-offs, Ryan?
We're not going to do a face-off. We're just going to clear the mats and introduce 100-pounders.
Okay.
Nope, all juniors here, all cadets here.
3 minutes. Nice.
Wish I could remember what it was I was going to change.
You know what? Really appreciate it. Thank you much.
Hey, what time are you guys starting?
In about 3 minutes.
Noon. Yep.
What do you need to work out? Hey, you need to work out.
Which one's just juniors here?
Yeah.
Juniors here.
Is this the cadet mat or the junior mat? This is junior. Okay.
Junior?
This is the junior mat?
You gonna sit here?
Perfect. I got to run this.
Oh, nice. Good deal. So you can sit.
Is it 2 mics so I can use my input every 3-4 minutes? Good call, Shane. Now back to you.
Let's go Matt side my door. It's corn.
Hang on, I'm trying to get thick down here.
So that should really help.
Is this sitting right here?
Yeah. Yep. I'll have to adjust that pretty soon. I might have to take it.
Big go.
Where's the crew now? I want to find the crew. I want to ask him a question about it. He said he was a cadet world. You said he was a cadet world champ, but he also competed in Fargo. Does that make sense? He didn't win Fargo.
Here they are, Rob.
Doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
He might have not. Did he?
According to what I got from him, Franco champ and was third in freestyle in Fargo.
Yeah. That's here. God, I know he was on a tour.
When you... I wonder what he said.
So obviously we decided to pick it.
Okay.
Why don't we go with that?
Is there, is that guy show up on the computer or you're going to run it?
I'm gonna run it.
Okay. You're good to go then? You guys have a topper?
Yep.
They beat a highway here.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Cool. That last year, Brinko champion, Fargo,
You're going to work to that world champion.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2012 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals. First leg of the Triple Crown. Shane Sparks with you from inside the McLeod Center here on the campus of the University of Northern Iowa, set to crown 15 champions. First match here at 100 pounds, Austin Rust and Terso Lara. Lara in on a shot. He's in the green singlet, a junior from Poway, California. Wrestles for Coach Wayne Brandstatter. Junior in high school, was a qualifier at the California State Tournaments. Lara looking for an angle. No score, 35 seconds in. Rust, a sophomore from Central Cass. Castlehan, North Dakota, wrestles for Travis Lamar, a North Dakota State freestyle and Greco champion, and Lara on the board first, leads it 2-0. And looking to score off a tilt here in this first period, doing a nice job controlling the wrists. Inside of a minute, 50 seconds, and there's an escape for Rust. He's on the board, 2-1 score in this 100-pound final. First leg of the Triple Crown, of course. Second legs in Fargo in July, freestyle and Greco. The top two place winners in the junior division qualify for funded access to the Olympic Training Center. Another takedown there for Lara. His second of the period here with 20 seconds. Now he'll look for the ride-out. Leads at 4-1. Two takedowns. Rust to his feet, hand fighting. But Lara doing a nice job to stay with him. Drops to a single leg. Final seconds here in this first period. And a productive one for Terso Lara. Couple of takedowns, 4-1 second period. Russ takes a glance at his corner. He'll go bottom to begin this second period. Mentioned funded access allows these young athletes to train alongside the resident Olympic Training Center athletes, work with U.S. national team coaches. The ASICS USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, the only folkstyle event in the country where high school wrestlers have the opportunity to earn this prestigious honor. So we'll be looking for the top two place winners here today. Lara tight waist, controlling the wrist. Rust has to find a way to get his knees underneath him, get his head up, his head's down. You see his elbows flared out. Tough position on bottom. Couple of short sets. Lara stays right with him. Was close to scoring with a tilt in the first period. Again, he'll go for it here in the second. 1:05 in the second period. Second escape for Rust. Down by a pair, 4-2. Rust with an opening round bye, then had a 9-0 major in the semis, and a second period, or in the quarters rather, and then in the semis, a second period pinned Alex Costello from Wisconsin. Lara's been dominant, you see right here with an underhook. Began his run to these finals with a 4-0 decision. And a couple of pins in the quarterfinals, one in 39 seconds. And then in the semis, pinned the number 2 seed Jabari Mooney from Illinois in the third period. Short time, 20 seconds. See Rust clinging to the right leg of Lara. Stalemate his whistle, will reset with 15 seconds. Big situation here as Rust jogs his way back to the center. Rust 2-on-1. And the second period sees its conclusion, 4-2. Lara, those two takedowns in the first period. And here with choice to begin third period, he'll go neutral. You know, Rust in this match down by 2. He's been controlled, but he's a takedown away from tying this one back up. But Lara right back in on the legs. He'll finish for his third takedown and widens the gap. Now leads at 6-2. He's in command with just over a minute and a half remaining in this third period. Great setup here inside the McLeod Center. Wrestling before this up to these finals in the Unidome, and good atmosphere here on the campus of the University of Northern Iowa. Lara does a nice job there wrestling at the edge, doesn't give anything up. The one thing that I really appreciate in watching wrestling at this level is these guys are so stingy on top. They don't give anything up. Great mat awareness. They know how to manage a match. And when you're wrestling good kids, it's all those little things that you have to execute to get your arm raised in the end. Rust on bottom was able to escape in the second period, but Lara making it tough. Keeps him flat. Arm bar. And trying to stack him up. Lara from Poway, California. And just a workmanlike, tactical performance in this 100-pound final. Maintained great position, and he's won this one on his feet. 2 takedowns in the first. Tacked on another one here in the third. He's been very solid on top. Got that tight waist in armbar, good pressure, using his head to apply pressure, good hip position. And he's 20 seconds away from a title. And now he's going to put Russ back on his back. Double chicken wing. And 3 near fall will give Terso Lara a 9-2 decision. Here at 100 pounds, Terso Lara from Poway, California, your USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 100 pounds. Want to thank Brutes for their support of these 2012 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals. And up next, 106 pounds, the number 1 seed, Nkosi Moody from Illinois, representing Harvey Twisters, and Skylar Petrie, Pinnacle. He's out of Minnesota. Moody in the green ankle band on his right ankle. He's got the white knee pad on his left knee. Nkosi Moody, a junior Triple Crown winner a year ago, was an Illinois state runner-up at 106 in 2A, Rich Central High School in Olympia Fields, Illinois. He's a junior in high school. There's a takedown for the sophomore Skylar Peterson. WEM in Minnesota, AA. He, too, a state runner-up. So a state runner-up from Illinois and Minnesota doing battle in this 106-pound final. Back to the center with 127. What a big takedown there for Peterson. You come out, you get a tough kid. Talk about throwing that first punch. Set it up, get it on the legs. Up 2-0, just 35 seconds in. Big for momentum, big for confidence here in this first period. An escape for Moody. Now 2-1. Moody, have had a chance to see him during a couple of matches, and he is so slick on his feet. When I think about Nkosi Moody, the one word I would use to describe him is slick. He's quick, and he finishes quick. Gets in on a shot, able to cut that corner, finds the angle, cuts the corner, puts the 2 on the board. Moody, a Greco state champion in Illinois, was a freestyle runner-up. Illinois phenomenal wrestling. What a run they had last year in schoolboys, cadets, and junior duels. Illinois, a freight train. Last year, Petrie was third here at 98 pounds. He's a Minnesota Greco state champion. He was a runner-up in freestyle. These two very similar resumes. Final 30 seconds. Shot from Moody, but Petrie doing a nice job with his head-hands defense, maintaining good position. And Moody unable to get past the hands. Moody now with an underhook. And see how aggressive he gets. Short time here with 15 seconds left in the first period. Shot from Moody. Petrie's got the 2-on-1. And a 2-1 first period for the sophomore from Minnesota, Skylar Petrie. Petrie, the number 4 seed. Moody, the top seed. Moody with choice. He'll defer. Peterson takes a look over at his corner. He'll go on bottom. I believe that is Jared Lawrence in his corner, I believe. National champion for Jay Robinson at Minnesota. I believe Lawrence was on that team that had 10 All-Americans. 3-1. Little arm drag. Oh, a nice shot from Moody. And dumps him, and we're tied at 3. Just a good counter shot there from Moody. Just so fluent. Quick. Moody began his run with a first period pin in the quarterfinals, 14-9, and then pinned Aaron Dick in the semis to cement his name in this 106-pound final. For Petrie, pair of pins out of the gate, both under a minute, before knocking off the number 2 seed Doyle Trout 6-0 in the semis. 3-3, good battle here in this 106-pound final. Petrie to his feet, able to hand fight and square up. He's back out in front, 4-0. Petrie now has that underhook and may have some blood. Believe have some blood on Petrie. Action stopped, 105 here in the second period. A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, just one of over 40 regional and national events run by USA Wrestling each year. For more information on all of USA Wrestling's regional and national events, visit www.usawrestlingevents.com. That is usawrestlingevents.com. And Moody has a stream of blood near his right ear. And they'll address that again before we pick up action. So far in this match, big takedown by Petrie. It came early inside of about 20 seconds. And that really set the tone, and Petrie has yet to trail to Moody in this 106-pound final. Look at USA Wrestling, great events. We have Folkstyle Nationals, and then we'll get into the freestyle and Greco side of things. The state associations will run their tournaments. Already we'll get into June, schoolboy national duels, cadet duels, junior duels, and then, of course, the granddaddy of them all, Fargo, in July to put a cap on the season. Just great opportunities, freestyle and Greco, and I look back and wish I had taken advantage of those opportunities. Really didn't know a whole lot about it from where I came from, but things have changed now, of course, with the internet and social media. And get out and compete. What I like about Greco is learning how to hand fight, and more than anything, perhaps, is teaching you how to get tough. Put your head and hands in there, fight, get tough, and it all translates. When you look at Folkstyle, freestyle, Greco, they all kind of feed off each other. Some guys might not do freestyle and Greco. A thing that I like about it is it puts a guy in an uncomfortable, unfamiliar situation, and I go back to learning how to get tough, how to compete. Back at it here with the minute second period. Wrestling neutral. Petrie up on Moody, 4-3. Each with a takedown in this match. Moody has his head bandaged up, looks like a warrior. Petrie likes the 2-on-1. See if he can use it here to move Moody, move his feet, get an angle. One thing we have seen with Moody is when you take a shot against him, and we'll see this a lot with some of these really good kids, when you take a shot against these guys, it better have purpose, it better have conviction, you better have a setup, and you better go hard. You get lazy in position, you go in half-heartedly, you're going to pay a heavy price. Moody again talking about his quickness. He finds that sliver of an opening. He takes advantage of it. Short time, final 10 seconds. Moody with a couple of shots near the edge to close the second period. And again, blood. At 100 pounds, we saw Tirso Lara from Poway, California. Claimed the title. He defeated Austin Rust. Rust from North Dakota. Petrie gets a pat on the backside. From his corner, he's set to go. They're taping up Moody once again. And that's one thing. When you come to these tournaments, I mean, you are going to get the bumps, the bruises, the cuts, the scrapes. Always love watching these young athletes, high-level guys, and you come to this tournament, both these guys, you step inside that circle, you expect to win. One of my favorite Terry Brands lines of all times. You get two guys that expect to win, you get yourself a dogfight, and we got one here in this 106-pound final. All right, Moody going on bottom here to begin this third period. And so win tough matches, you got to know how to keep a guy down. You got to know how to ride. Petrie gets out of position. Moody trying to spin around behind. Has the reversal. He's got his first lead of the match, and he leads it 5-4. And Jared Lawrence, I believe, is going to talk with an official because they're going to say it should have been an escape, I believe, rather than the reversal. Spun around behind him, but didn't bring him down. Five to 4. Petrie goes on bottom. You want to win close matches, those tough matches. You got to be able to keep a guy down. Got to be solid in all positions when you want to capture national title. Moody staying right with him. And there, Petrie's able to separate, get the escape. It's 5-5 with 1:25 remaining here in regulation. Hand fighting. There's a shot from Moody. Able to back out, reestablish himself. His wrap falls off as whistle blows with 1:07. Moody takes a quick glance up at the clock. Right here, what's your go-to shot? Again, it's got to be crisp. What's your go-to shot? Match is on the line. Where you going? And Moody from the neutral position, ever since that first takedown from Petrie, Moody's really been the guy in this position to force the action. Hasn't taken wouldn't say a lot of great shots, but he's taken some shots. He's been the aggressor right there, dives in on a double. Kind of a straight-on shot, not much of a setup, and Petrie able to counter. But Moody's been the guy that's pushed the pace more so from neutral position. Now Petrie dives in, but he's caught underneath. 15 seconds. Again, Moody, the Triple Crown winner a year ago, getting a good battle here from Skylar Petrie, representing Pinnacle out of Minnesota. And we are going to overtime, our first overtime final. You're at 106. Petrie readjusts the headgear, good to go. Here we go, 1 minute, sudden victory. See Peterson there, just heavy on the head. Nice shot there from Moody. Dumps him down. There's the takedown. And Nkosi Moody. 7-5 in overtime. The Triple Crown winner a year ago. We'll look for that same feat here in 2012. He's got the first leg in the book. Nkosi Moody, 7-5 over Skylar Petrie. Nkosi Moody of Illinois, your USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 106 pounds. Hibiclens and Hibistat, antiseptical, antibacterial skin cleanser. We thank them for their support of these 2012 National Championships. And how about this battle here at 113? Ronnie Bresser and Tommy Thorne, these two plenty familiar with each other. On your screen, Bresser there on the left. Got the white knee pad on his left knee. Ronnie Bresser, a junior in high school from Klamath Falls, Oregon, wrestles for Pete Lucas, Henley High School. Tommy Thorne, sophomore at St. Michael, Albertville, wrestling for Dan Lefebvre. Thorne, a two-time Minnesota State champion, won it as a freshman and as a sophomore. 47-1 this past season for Thorne, Minnesota State freestyle champion, and he won the Cadet National Championship and defeated Bresser in that final in Fargo to stand atop the podium inside the Fargo Dome. Bresser, two-time state champion. Nice shot there from Bresser. And scores the takedown, leads it 2-0. Bresser was third as a freshman with titles as a sophomore and junior. Was 39-0 as a sophomore. This season, 42-1. State freestyle and Greco champion there in Oregon. Bresser was the Greco Cadet National Champion before losing that final in freestyle to Thorne. Both these guys won this tournament a year ago as cadets. Bresser and Thorne in this 113-pound Folkstyle National Championship match. Bresser with a leg in, shallow right side. .40 seconds first period. Bresser with a hook and potentially dangerous. Tommy Thorne, a couple of pins. Then a 3-2 decision in the quarterfinals. And in the semis, Thorne 5-2 over Elijah Jeffrey. And Bresser dominant, 3 pins. And then Bresser knocked off the number 1 seed at Jared Oftedal. 5-2 in the semis. 15 seconds. Bresser looking for the ride out. Big difference between 2-0 and 2-1 on always finish periods on top. Those little things. Hear me talk about it all the time. All right. Here we got stalling on Bresser is first. Talk about all those little battles within the battle, and here's one of them. 5 seconds. Thorne, can he find a way to get one back? Bresser, of course, point save, point earned, looking for that ride out to close out the first. There's a caution on Thorne, and I really liked it. You got 3 cautions, and I like that. You got 2 to give. Great strategy there by Thorne. Didn't work out for him, but I like that. You try to get that edge. Could have been a huge point if he timed that whistle perfectly and got the escape. But credit Bresser. He gets the ride out. Maintains that 2-0 advantage to the second period. Choice goes to Bresser. And I like this too. A lot of times you see guys up 2-0, you defer in that second period. And I like this mentality by Bresser. We talk about it in this sport. You want to add points. Keep the pressure, keep the pace. And now there's a caution on Thorne. Now he's got to be careful. Third one will cost him a point. But if I'm Bresser, you're wrestling a tough kid in Thorne. If I'm up 2-0, Why would I defer? He goes on bottom. A lot of times you see that guy escape to make it 2-1. I'm going on bottom. I'm going to escape, go up 3-0, and I'm looking for a takedown to really break him and put it away in that second period. So I like Bresser choosing bottom rather than deferring. And now you get a sense of Thorne, who's tough on top. He's got Bresser broken down, able to stop his first move. Does a nice job there to chase hips. Look at Thorne. He's got a half and a thigh pry. Now goes to a tight waist. Bresser to his feet once again. And Thorne able to drive him out of bounds. Good mat awareness. Got to know where you're at on that mat. When you're near the edge, roll out of bounds, scramble out of bounds, but don't give up the point. Now you got to be careful depending on the circumstances. If you've been hit once with stalling, you can't drop to an ankle and hang. You'll get hit again, so different situations. But Thorne again able to stop Bresser's first move. Hammer on top, riding tough. Putting good pressure on Bresser. You see Bresser there, head buried in the mat. And Bresser doing all he can to work up and find a base. Now Bresser looking for a switch. Thorne stays right with him. Thorne been able to ride Bresser the opening 55 seconds here in the second period. What a weapon when you can ride. What a weapon. Such an important aspect of wrestling to have in the arsenal. Again, when you want to win a national title, you got to be solid in all positions. There's a stalemate whistled 52 seconds. Keep in mind, Thorne with 2 cautions. He's got to be careful. Bresser hit with a stalling in the first period. You know, Thorne right here, I mean, perfect scenario for him is just continue to ride tough on top and force another stalling if you're able to do it. Nice sit there by Bresser, but Thorne goes right back at him, doesn't give it up. Bresser looking now for a reversal. He's got 2 feet inside the circle to give him an escape. Good flurry there. Good wrestling from Thorne and Bresser. So Bresser leads it 3-0. 40 seconds here in the second period. This one has lived up to the hype. Shot there from Thorne. Kind of dove on in. Bresser with an elbow. Collar tie. Short time inside of 20 seconds. Thorne 2-on-1 outside sweep single attempt. Final seconds tick away in this second period. And Thorne trails at 3-0. He'll have choice. Thorne going to go on bottom. You know, simple strategy here for Thorne. Got to be thinking escape. And get in on the legs and tied up at 3. Bresser slides in his left leg. Bresser getting a little bit high. Thorne going to try to sneak out the back door. Bresser's got to be careful here. Bresser's got to be careful. And wisely gives up the 2. If you're Bresser there, you can ill afford to, of course, go to your back. 3-2 score. We'll see how Thorne plays this. How long is he going to try to turn him? Or is he going to, cut him and work for a takedown to tie it up? And there's the escape by Bresser. Gives us a 4-2 score. 1:25 here in this third period. There's a shot from Thorne. And Thorne trying to finish at the edge. Whizzer from Bresser. See if Thorne's able to limp arm out. Bresser still has the whizzer. You look at Thorne trying to get across to that far leg. There he limp arms. And reaches for the far ankle. Far leg, no takedown. Back to the center, 55 seconds. Bresser, a slow walk back to the center. Hands on his knees. And stalling on Bresser. That's his second one. He got called in the first period. And we're tied up at 4, and immediately Bresser with a shot in on the legs. 33 seconds. Bresser's got to be careful. Actually, a 4-3 score. Bresser up by 1, and Bresser's going to put this one in the books. So believe our score is right, 6-3. And Ronnie Bresser is going to endure this battle from Tommy Thorne and come out victorious. Ronnie Bresser from Oregon, your Folkstyle national champion at 113 pounds.
I was thinking it didn't give Brett a point for that stalling, but it automatically does for penalty. My bad. The crowd gets excited.
120-pound national final pits Gunnar Laffoon and Eli Hale. Laffoon, a junior, qualified for the state tournament as a sophomore, as a freshman, runner-up as a sophomore, and captured gold as a junior with a record of 44-4. Laffoon in the red and white singlets, and Eli Hale wrestling in the blue singlet, knee pad on his right knee. He's a junior from Miami, Oklahoma, wrestles for head coach Mark Malcolm. Laffoon from Tuttle High School, head coach Matt Serber. No score, 40 seconds in. There's a shot from Laffoon. Laffoon does a nice job to elevate. Center of the mat in good position. Plenty of time here. Want to be patient. Tries a back trip. Good scramble there from Hale. No score. One thing with that technique is he went for that front trip. And when you go for that front trip, sometimes that defender able to create a scramble situation. You saw it right there. You go on that back trip, a lot of times you don't see that. Just those little things. Hale qualified as a freshman, as a sophomore and junior these past 2 seasons. Runner-up finishes at the Oklahoma State Tournaments. This time Laffoon able to finish and almost had Hale on his back. 2-0. Laffoon leads it. 35 seconds here in this first period as a hammer lock. Armbar. Hale, Oklahoma, freestyle runner-up in juniors, was 7th a year ago at Fargo in freestyle. Fargo All-American was Hale. Laffoon and Hale in this 120-pound final. And Laffoon, the takedown and the ride-out. Solid first period for the junior from Tuttle High School. Hale will go on bottom to start second period. Right here, if you're Hale, it's got to be quick off the whistle and stay busy, stay active. You saw that first period. Laffoon tough on top. Not much off the whistle there from Hale. Laffoon jumps sides, puts the left leg in, potentially dangerous whistle. Laffoon 9-8 victory over Morgan Engbrecht in the quarterfinals. And 15-0 tech for Laffoon in the semis over Drake Swarm. Hale got a good battle in the quarterfinals, 3-1 in overtime over Artem Timchenko. And then 6-2 in the semis, knocked off Trey Blackwell. Here's an escape for Hale, 2-1. Minute and a half here in the second period. Lowry, your champion at 100 pounds. Moody 7-5 in overtime. Triple Crown winner a year ago. Good start. And again, trying to accomplish that feat. Nkosi Moody at 106, the champ. And Ronnie Bresser. Solid performance to claim the title at 113 pounds. Here's 120 pounds. I believe this is an all-Oklahoma final here at 120. "30 seconds. Hale just hasn't been able to find an opening. Ten-second short time here in the second period. First period with Laffoon got that takedown and the ride out. And you look at the formula in winning tough matches. Takedown, ride out, tough around the edge. Laffoon now will go on bottom third period. Again, we'll see how Hale plays this. It's going to be tough to turn Laffoon, so strategy there has got to be cut him, go for that takedown. But I like, maybe you ride him out here 30, 40 seconds, take something out of his gas tank a little bit, wear him down a little bit. I mean, if you're going to cut him, at least make him earn it. Not a big fan of guys just cutting guys. Get out in the front, be heavy on their head. Again, take something away from him. Make him do something. Make him earn it. Can't give him anything free. Hale doing a tough job on top. He's been able to ride him 45 seconds here in this third period, but he's down by 1. Another thing here, Laffoon's got to be careful. Not doing a whole lot on bottom. Maybe you ride him tough and you try to force a couple of stall calls, and there's one of them. And I think right now, in my humble opinion, strategy right here is you ride him, try to get another stalling. And you can tell Laffoon has really picked up the pace here in the final, these last 15 seconds. There he gets an escape, and Laffoon wisely goes right back in on the legs. Like that attack from Laffoon, 3-1. 38 seconds. Again, Laffoon hit with 1 stalling, so if he gets hit again, it's only 1 point. He'd still hang on for the 3-2 decision. So Hale's got to get aggressive. Oh, I had a little bit of an angle there. Dives in for a double. Right. 12 seconds. Hale tries to jump over him, nothing to lose. And Gunnar Laffoon hangs on the strength of that first period. 3-1, Laffoon over Hale. Gunnar Laffoon, your A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 120 pounds. 126 pounds, the number 1 seed, Colton Adams. He's in the red. And Brock Irvin. Adams, a sophomore from Scotts Bluff, Nebraska. 2-time Nebraska state champion. A year ago as a freshman, an undefeated 46-0 campaign. This season as a sophomore, 39-3 record. Cadet All-American, was 7th in Fargo last summer in freestyle. He's a 2-time USA Wrestling preseason Folkstyle national champion and won this tournament a year ago as a cadet at 119. You look at Irvin, a sophomore from Union County High School, that's in western Kentucky, a 3-time Kentucky state champion. Was 30-0 this season as a sophomore, won a state title as an 8th grader. Coached by his uncle Robert Irvin and his father Tim. So state champions from Nebraska and Kentucky butting heads in this 126-pound final, kind of feeling each other out in the opening minutes. "45 seconds. Cautious opening minutes and a half in this final. Shot from Irvin. Adams and Irvin. Scoreless first period. Choice goes to Adams. And of course, 0-0, you got to be going on bottom. Or maybe better said, you better choose a position where you're going to score that first point. Adams, quick escape, and that's big. You escape 2 seconds in. I'm just big. I think mentally it's big. I think physically it's big. You get caught underneath on bottom, it just wears you down, both physically and mentally. Now Adams, 1-0, gets it on the legs. Here's an opportunity as a single leg. Trying to get behind. Nice trip. Dumps him down to the mat, and 3-0. What a 25-second flurry there for Adams. Got that quick escape, didn't waste a whole lot of time, got in on the legs, able to finish. 3-0. And now Irvin able to square up. He's on the board, 3-1. Irvin with a snap down. One thing, you look at Adams and his style, he's very explosive. I mean, when he decides to go, as you saw there on bottom, and then also with that shot when he scored, I mean, when he decides to go, just explodes. Half a minute, second period. Irvin will have choice in the third. Talking to Irvin, being from Kentucky, and you know, Kentucky I wouldn't necessarily call a wrestling-rich state. And I said, you know, how did you get involved in wrestling? He said, I don't know anything different. He said, I can't remember a time when I didn't wrestle. And Kentucky, Kyle Rochelle, I believe, don't quote me on this, believe was the first All-American out of Kentucky, wrestled at University of Wisconsin for Barry Davis. Third period, Irvin will go on bottom. Irvin's got to pick up his pace, needs a little bit more urgency. He's down by a pair. There he's able to escape 3-2. Irvin in the quarterfinals. 12-5 decision over Jordan Amine. And then 10-4 in the semis, defeated Dustin Weinman. For Adams, 7-2 over Madison Martin in the quarters, and 4-3 nipped Nate Rodriguez in the semis. One minute. And one thing we've seen from Adams is he's really tough. It's tough to get to his legs. He's really quick off free shots. See what Irvin's got in his arsenal. He needs something big with 30 seconds. Needs a takedown. Of course, Adams stay in good position. You're up by one. Don't have to do anything real risky. Just maintain good position. Maybe an outside single, grab a leg. And in that second period with the escape and the takedown, Colton Adams, the sophomore from Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, picks up another USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Championship. Adams over Irvin, 3-2. You're looking at the 132-pound national championship match. Austin Hood and Logan Ryan. Hood in the red, and Hood scoring a takedown 10 seconds in. He's up 2-0. The senior from Lewisburg, Kansas, wrestling for Bobby Bovaird, three-time Kansas State champion. Coming off a 40-0 season, was fourth as a freshman before running off the three state titles. And he's heading to wrestle at Oklahoma State for John Smith and the Cowboys. Ryan, a sophomore from Bettendorf, Iowa, was 8th at the state tournament as a freshman and was 5th this season as a sophomore. He's a cadet state champ. And freestyle, I believe, wrestled at Fargo but didn't place. Dan Knight, the head coach there at Bettendorf. And Ryan with one tall order in Austin Hood. Hood has been a freight train. You look at Hood's matches, 15-0 tech, 44-second pin, 17-1 tech in the quarters, a third period pin in the semis, pinned at Nick Kroom in the first period. So Hood has been unstoppable in his march to these finals. 35 seconds. Hood got that takedown just 10 seconds in and is tough on top, controlling the wrists. There's good pressure up on his toes, good hip position, and making it tough on bottom for Logan Ryan. Hood 2-0 to the second period. Ryan, a good battle in the quarterfinals, knocked off Rorik Longer of Wisconsin 5-3 in overtime. Longer, a state champion last year in Wisconsin, place winner this season at Ellsworth High School. And then Ryan 9-4 in the semis over Kamal Abdush Shaku. Hood quickly to his feet and escapes. Another tally for the soon-to-be Oklahoma State Cowboy, 3-0. USA Wrestling proud to have ASICS as the title sponsor for the Folkstyle Nationals. For all your wrestling apparel and merchandise, visit www.asicsamerica.com. 117. Reset neutral. Shot attempt from Ryan. Now caught underneath. Ryan has the left elbow of Hood. And he stalemates. 51 seconds. See the scores on the bottom of your screen. I like Ryan's pace. Trails at 3-0, but not backing down. Austin Hood coming right at him. Hood does a nice job there to circle back in. Last time they went out of bounds, Hood went out backwards. Look at those little things. Who's the guy that's going out of bounds backwards? Don't want to be that guy. Want to be the guy moving forward. Oh, nice shot there from Ryan. He gets the takedown. Believe another stalling was called on Hood. So we're tied up at 3. And he does that in short time. I talked about it this period. I really liked the pace of Ryan. He was staying with them, staying aggressive, taking the shots. They did not give a stalling. Thought they gave him a stalling. I saw the shot, and I thought I saw something from the official. I could have been wrong.
First caution.
First stalling. 3-2. Nevertheless, Ryan right back into this match. So gets that stalling call and the takedown. And Ryan starting third period here on bottom. Ryan working up, hand fights and escapes. And we're tied up at 3. Again, keep in mind, Hood hit with stalling once. You know, Hood scored that first period takedown just 10 seconds in. You know, rode him the remaining time in that first period. But that second period definitely belonged to Ryan. Really like Ryan's physicality and his pace. And the front headlock. And there, Ryan caught on his back. Going to be a takedown, but he stays right with them. Going to be a takedown for Hood. And now we'll see if they perhaps give Ryan an escape. They do. What good action there. Scoreboard reads 5-4. Man, Ryan went to his back for a split second, but was able to pop up and get right back up. That was impressive. 5-4 inside of a minute. Thought that may have been the match for Ryan, but he's still in this one. Again, he's moving forward. Hood's got to be careful to circle in. There he does a nice job. Good wrestling at the edge. "35 seconds. Ryan able to spin around behind. He's got the takedown. He leads it 6-5 with 30 seconds. The sophomore from Bettendorf trying to knock off the senior from Lewisburg, Kansas. Ryan still in control, and now he's going to get some back points. 3 back points for Ryan. And what a performance from Logan Ryan. 9-5. Austin Hood a little bit confused, but look at Ryan. He'll get his arm raised, and he is your A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 132 pounds.
Logan, is this?
Tough act to follow coming up here at 138 pounds. Logan Ryan defeats Austin Hood to claim the title at 132. Good action. That was a great match to watch. Some good scrambles. Both guys getting after it, scoring some points, putting points on the board, taking some risks. It's another thing. When you want to win, sooner or later, I mean, you got to leave it all outside that circle. No regrets. Go out there. Get after it.
Stay red, green.
Here at 138, J.J. Whaley, a junior from Stillman Valley, Illinois, and Derek LaPaya. LaPaya, a junior from Blue Springs, Missouri. Whaley, high single, dives across to the other ankle and just misses a takedown. Back to the center. Good shot from Whaley. Seen Whaley a couple of times, and this guy, you talk about pace and pressure. Whaley really gets after it. Really active. Single leg once again. And there's a takedown, and going to be some back points for LaPaya. LaPaya, two-time state champion in Missouri, was third as a freshman before a couple of state titles. This year was 49-1. Freestyle state champion a year ago as the Cadets. There's an escape by Whaley to make it 5-1, but those big, crooked 5 spots, tough to overcome. Another shot there from Whaley, and one thing Whaley quickly learned here in this match is when you get a shot, you got to finish quick, because LaPaya was very comfortable in that position, maybe baited him a little bit. And another takedown to make it 7-1. Whaley, like LaPaya, a two-time state champion, winning titles as a sophomore and junior following a third-place finish as a freshman. Whaley was 39-2 this past season. Stillman Valley, 1A in Illinois. Mike Haggerty, head coach at Blue Springs, Missouri. 10 seconds here in this first period. Whaley did not place here last year, so big improvement from a year ago to reach these finals. Placed at the Illinois State Freestyle Tournament. He was 4th, junior division. And Whaley will give the escape. Another point for... Oh, chose neutral. 7-1. Oh, nice setup and finish from LaPaya. Leads at 9-1. One thing with LaPaya, you just see how good he is. I mean, we've seen him early on when Willie was in on a leg, able to put him right to his back. Got a half Nelson and now slides a leg in, crossbody looking for banana splits. Minutes and a half, second period. I mean, up until this point, talked about Willie before and watching him and talking about how he was having a great tournament. Began this tournament with 3 straight techs, 15-0, 15-0, 16-0. Then in the quarterfinals, pinned Jake Ellis in the first period. And in the semis, 12-5 over Michael Sepke. So Willie has really cruised to these finals, but not the case in this championship match at 138. LaPaya, a second period pin in the quarters, pinning Walker Marshall, the number 2 seed. And then LaPaya 15-5 major over Peter Stewart in the semis. LaPaya gives the escape 9-2. Shot there from Whaley. But talked about it, started the broadcast, when you don't have much of a setup and you just dive on in against a good guy, straight on, like Willie just did. Going to pay the price. 2 more for LaPaya, 11-2. LaPaya controlling the wrist, going with some arm bars, hammer locks. And looking to tilt him, trying to break that 45-degree plane. And the second period comes to a close. LaPaya 11-2, gun off to that quick 5-0 lead. Gene Lee in the corner for Whaley. And we're neutral to begin third period. LaPaya double leg. Hard whizzer there from Whaley, but LaPaya able to roll through and score. He's impressive. 2 more, 13-2. Talk about just great body control. I mean, this guy, just great athleticism. Effortless. One thing LaPaya's done a couple of times when he cuts him, he kind of tries to trip him. Seen that a couple of times. LaPaya still up by 10. One thing I like with LaPaya, you wouldn't know that he's up by 10. I mean, he's maintained the pressure. Here's Willie with a chance to score on the edge, but like a cat, LaPaya almost scores again with those quick reflexes. You know, one thing that's hard to coach is great hips. And LaPaya has great hips. And you look at him, he almost looks a little bit lackadaisical. But I think a lot of that's just kind of baiting a guy. And he's daring you. He's daring you to say, hey, take my leg, take it. .46 seconds here in this third period. So if you're Whaley right here, I mean, you need something big, got to go to a throw. There you see LaPaya just gives his leg up. That time I think Whaley could have had it, didn't take it. Final 20 seconds in this 138-pound final. Here Willie spins around behind, but a switch there from LaPaya to tack on 2 more. Kind of a standing switch there to give himself a 15-3 lead. And a dominating performance as he puts a guillotine in. No points to close the match. 15-3, LaPaya over Whaley. Derek LaPaya from Blue Springs, Missouri. Your 2012 ASICS Folkstyle National Champion at 138. 145-pound national championship match, Clayton Ream and Eleazar DeLuca. DeLuca trying to suck in a single. Heavy hips from Ream. And Ream trying to cut the corner. He's got that near ankle hooked. And there's a takedown. Ream, a junior from Wentzville, Missouri, wrestles for Jason Moore, Holt High School. He was third as a freshman, fourth as a sophomore, and a runner-up as a junior, was 47-3. Junior freestyle state champ, did not place here a year ago. Ream up 2-0. DeLuca to his feet, hand fights and escapes 2-1. DeLuca, a senior, wrestles for John Farmer, Phoenix, Oregon. He was a runner-up as a freshman and has since won 3 state titles. DeLuca will wrestle for Sean Charles at Arizona State. And DeLuca, with a takedown, has his first lead. He's up 3-2. 55 seconds showing here in this first period. This 145-pound brackets, the largest brackets of the 15 weight classes. Not much of a surprise there. An opening round bye for Ream, and then 3 straight pins before a 4-3 decision over the number 1 seed Brandon Sorensen in the semis. Three to 3. Short time here, 25 seconds in the first. DeLuca now with a double leg. Ream here looked like he was trying to lock up a cradle. And blood time. Bloody nose for DeLuca. DeLuca with an opening round bye, a pair of pins, followed that up with a pair of majors. One of those coming in the quarterfinals over Nate Harms, 11-3. And in the semis, 11-9 in overtime, defeating Austin Eads. Ream and DeLuca in this 145-pound final again. Top 2 place winners in the junior division qualify for funded access to the Olympic Training Center. Allows these young athletes to train alongside the resident Olympic Training Center athletes, work with U.S. national team coaches. The A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, the only folkstyle event in the country where high school wrestlers have the opportunity to earn this prestigious honor. How great would that be? Colorado Springs with the best in the country, athletes, coaches, experience you'd never forget. Final seconds here in this first period. I like this action here to close the period. A lot of times you see guys in short time, 5-10 seconds, kind of relax a little bit. Those two guys wrestled a tough first period. 3-3 to the second period. Ream with choice, and he's going to go on bottom. Those are things I just like to pay attention to. 4 or 5 seconds left. And you're going to put your hands on the guy. You're going to attack him. Don't necessarily mean you have to shoot, but attack. Put your hands on him. Move him. Here's a caution on bottom from Ream. Make every second have a purpose. Ream squared up. He's got DeLuca underneath. DeLuca keeping that single right leg. Now looking to switch off to a double. Now back to a single. And stalemates. 129. And again, action will stop. Blood, DeLuca. Some great matches here so far. A couple that stand out in my mind. That match at 106 with Moody and Petrie. Moody 7-5 in overtime. Saw the good battle with Bresser and Thorne at 113. Ronnie Bresser won that battle. Colton Adams at 126. Won this tournament again. Logan Ryan was super impressive at 132. He beat Austin Hood. Came back and won that one. Really opened things up in the second, third periods. And we just saw Derek LaPaya at 138. He put on a clinic. Ream to his feet. Look at DeLuca there with a single leg. And DeLuca's got to work up, absolutely. Stalling. And that's the right call. Second stalling will give a point to Ream. 4-3 now the score. And again, we'll pause as they address the bloody nose of DeLuca. You can't be dropping to a single leg and just staying. You got to work up. Good call. You're at Northern Iowa. Think about this building back in 1997. I believe that was Coach Gable's final year. NCAA championships held here. And just remember the big match there was at 118 with Jesse Whitmer, the strongest man alive, as Dan Gable said. He knocked off the number 1 seed Lindsey Durlacher. Went on to win a national title. Hawkeyes had, I want to say, 4 champs that year, 5 in the finals. I believe Mena lost. Went out with the bang, did Dan Gable. .105 second period. Ream to his feet. Good job there from DeLuca in that position to go back to your finishes, and that's what DeLuca was able to do. But he had locked hands, and that's a big point. Another point for Ream, who now leads at 5-3. He got his 4th point on the second stalling call on DeLuca, and now he gets locked hands for a point. Now DeLuca's going to cut him to make it 6-3. 50 seconds here in the second period. If I'm Ream, I'm thinking, hey, want to get a takedown and put this one away. And, of course, if you're DeLuca, you're going, okay, I got 50 seconds. Let's get a takedown. And a ride-out will be down by 1/3 period. Still in good position. But DeLuca extended in a bad spot. Ream finds the angle, cuts the corner with the takedown, leads it 8-3. And Ream now 15 seconds away from the ride-out. That's one thing. I mean, things can turn so quick. And Ream has really come on strong, opened things up a little bit. A couple mistakes from DeLuca, but that's all part of it.
12 seconds.
A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, one of 40 regional and national events run by USA Wrestling each year. For information on all of USA Wrestling's regional and national events, visit www.usawrestlingevents.com. And want to remind everybody, we want to see you in a few weeks in Iowa City, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Can't think of a better place. Olympic team trials, April 21st and 22nd. Can't believe I didn't bring that up yet. Can't wait to get to Iowa City in a few weeks. 8-4, as DeLuca able to get that escape to close the second period. An important point. And now DeLuca will go on bottom to start third period. Long way to go in this one. This one's had a few twists and turns. And there's a caution on Ream. Freestyle team coming off a solid World Championship appearance. Ream has a cradle locked up. Hopefully they can carry that over to London. Oh, I can't wait to see some of those battles, man. You talk about the thrill of victory, making an Olympic team, and some guys being so close. That agony and that pain of defeat. The emotion going to be electric in Iowa City. Ream getting a little bit high, and there is a reversal. We have ourselves an 8-6 match. If I'm DeLuca, I'm going to cut him. Don't have a lot of time, but I think it's going to be really tough to turn him. And his corner is yelling, cut him, and now he does that. Makes it 9-6. DeLuca needs a couple of takedowns. Trying to force sudden victory. He's got a minute to work with here in this third period. And this match has been unable to establish any real flow because of the bloody nose. 74 kilos at the Olympic team trials. Derek Sikora of USA Wrestling telling me about Kyle Dake and David Taylor getting wild cards. I believe Matt McDonough also got a wild card, national champion at 125 for the Hawkeyes. Great to see those guys. Then, of course, you think about guys like Jordan Burroughs, a world champion. Him and Andrew Howe will have another epic battle. Tyler Caldwell in that mix. You got to earn it in Iowa City. You have to earn it. Opportunity here for DeLuca, and he's got a takedown to make it 9-8. He's got 35 seconds. DeLuca right here, not exactly sure. He's got to cut him. Get at it. Now he cuts him 10-8. DeLuca, quick glance at the clock. He's got 25 seconds. Dives back in as a single leg. Forces a stalling call on Ream. And now more blood. I think right there, just a little bit minor detail, but in that situation there, DeLuca dove in. He was extended. And when you only have 20-some seconds left, those are precious seconds that are taken off the clock. And DeLuca there in that set of circumstances, fortunate to get that blood time. Now he's going to be able to reset, reestablish position. Blood time at 125. And on the move downward. Ream's got 21 seconds and maybe gets a little bit of a breather there. I mean, going to be tough, as he's got the nose plugged. Both these guys breathing heavy. Here we go. 21 seconds. Ream tapping the head. Here's a nice outside shot, or DeLuca was rather. There's an outside shot from Ream. Ream going to switch off to a double. And there's a takedown for Ream, and that is going to cap it. And two near fall, 14-8. Give a lot of credits to Clayton Ream as DeLuca gave him all he could handle, but he stepped up big there in those final 20 seconds of the third period to secure the W. Clayton Ream from Wentzville, Missouri, your A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 145 pounds. The battles continue. Next up, At 152 pounds, Archie Colgan and Oliver Pierce. Colgan in the red. He's from Pomona High School, Arvada, Colorado. Russell's for head coach Sam Frederico. Colgan in the red, Pierce in the blue. Colorado and Texas colliding in this 152-pound final. Colgan, state qualifier as a freshman, third as both a sophomore and as a junior. Colorado State freestyle champ as a cadet last spring. Oliver Pierce, a junior from Allen, Texas, captured gold as a freshman, was third as a sophomore, and this season, our runner-up finish was 48-1, his lone defeat in the state finals. Double champion in freestyle and Greco in Texas. And out in Fargo was a Greco runner-up, fifth in freestyle. He's heading, talked to him before, Oklahoma, I believe. He's wrestling at Oklahoma. Plans on it. Of course, he's got another season ahead of him. But I believe that is the plan for Pierce. And Pierce, a minute 10 in, up 2-0. Arvada, it's where Tom Clum is from. He was a Big Ten champion at Wisconsin. Wisconsin's got a few Colorado guys. Medberry and Graff from Loveland. Pierce looking for a tilt. He'll have two near falls secured. He'll be up 4-0. Colgan in his 5 matches, 4 majors, including majors in both the quarters and in the semis. In the quarters, 13-3 over Tyler Booth, semis 9-0 over Nicholas Vandermeer. Final seconds, and the first period comes to a close. Takedown and a turn for 2 for the junior from Allen, Texas, Oliver Pierce. And Pierce will go on bottom to begin second period. Pierce, first period pin, stuck J.C. Verconde in the quarterfinals, and 5-2 for Pierce in the semifinals, defeating the number 2 seed Alex Hernandez. And Pierce, another point on the board with an escape, 5-0. Pierce also this season won the prestigious Cheesehead Invitational, wrestled in Kaukauna, Wisconsin early January. Beat Nick Wanzig from Simile to stand atop the podium at the Cheesehead. Pierce with an underhook. Nice high crotch, able to drive across, and 2 more, 7-0. Now we'll cut him 7-1. Snaps him down. Pierce in position here to score again. 9-1. Nice hard shove out of bounds. Back to the center with 1:05 here in the second. There's a point to Pierce. Colgan maybe a little bit frustrated. Shot to the face. 10-2. Nice job on that high crotch from Pierce. You see, guys have gotten so well at defending that. A lot of times you see a guy hit a high crotch, get out, And, that guy defending is able to come up, gets on his hips, comes up through the crotch, able to elevate his hips. A lot of times he'll swing around, hook that ankle, score the 2. But right there from Pierce, I mean, that was just a quick finish and textbook with the technique. 20 ticks here in the second. Been all Oliver Pierce. He's up 10-2. But, of course, what makes this sport so great is you can dominate a guy for technically 5 minutes and 58 seconds and still get beat. Pierce went on a tour last year overseas with USA Wrestling. One of the bright young talents. Nice fireman's. And he scores that in the final seconds of the second period. Pierce putting on a clinic, leads at 12-2. Third period, Colgin will go on bottom. Pierce showing optional start. (12-3) with the escape from Colgin. Yep, you don't see it a ton, but you don't want to become one of those legendary stories of a guy that's up in a championship match by 10, 11, 12 points, and you get lazy. And one thing with all these guys at this level here, I mean, they're dangerous. They're all dangerous. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. I've always said, anytime you're inside that circle, no matter what, you are under attack. You are vulnerable. You're under attack. Pierce looking to finish at the edge. Chest lock from Colgin, but 2-4 Pierce, 14-3. Colgin with a slow stroll back to the center. Get the feeling he's had enough of Oliver Pierce. As they say, never over till it's over. Pierce up by 10. Talking to Oliver before these finals and going over his resume and how he did at the Texas State Championships. That loss in the finals bothered him. Just in talking about it, he was disgusted in taking second place. Pierce 45 seconds away from a Folkstyle national title. Pierce, single leg. And now going to elevate. And tack on 2 more. No question on who the better man is here today at 152, Oliver Pierce. A dominating 16-4 major decision over Archie Colgin. Gets a little bit chippy at the end. Oliver Pierce from Allen, Texas. Your A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion at 152 pounds. We turn our attention to 160 pounds, Kurt Mays and Matthew Gray. Gray in the red. He's got the Wisconsin red, white, and blue singlet on. He's on the right of your screen off the start. Gray, the number 2 seed. from Wilmot Union High School there in Wisconsin, wrestles for head coach John Watson. Gray was 4th as a sophomore, a runner-up as a junior, and this season was 39-1. Lost to Keegan Genrick, the eventual state champion in the semifinals. Genrick will wrestle at Wisconsin. Matthew Gray will wrestle for Roger Kish at North Dakota State University there in Fargo. Mays, a senior, he'll wrestle. Actually, in talking to Kurt, he's going to come to Northern Iowa. Wasn't sure if he was going to wrestle or not. Mays, a 3-time state champion, qualified as an 8th grader, was a runner-up as a freshman before rattling off 3 straight state titles. This past season, 43-1. Medford High School, Minnesota, Class A. No score, 40 seconds here in this first period. Apologize on my notes. I got Northern Iowa written down, so Mays, I know there were a couple guys talking about Northern Iowa, and one said that they were wrestling, and somebody else said they weren't sure. So apologies to Mays on not having that fact exact. Inside 20 seconds. Mays trying to pop his head. And able to pop his head. He's got the takedown inside of 10 seconds. Huge takedown. Those are game changers. Kurt Mays takes a 2-0 lead to the second period. That's how you win big matches. Mays with choice, he defers, and Gray will go on bottom. Gray's got Ben Askren in his corner. Talking to Ben today. Ben with a fight next Friday night. Ben runs Askren Wrestling Academy in Wisconsin. And a escape for Gray, 2-1. Gray, Wisconsin State Greco and Freestyle Championships, a runner-up in Greco, 3rd in Freestyle. Gray was 4th in Greco out in Fargo, and he was 3rd here a year ago at 160. And the second takedown of the match for Mays. He leads at 4-1 with 1:25 here in the second period. Mays 7-2 in the quarterfinals over Mitch Rexigal, and 10-2 in the semis. Defeated Aaron Calderon. Slides the left leg in. For a great couple of good battles. 6-5 in the quarterfinals. Knocked off Deorian Coleman. And then nipped Tate Simpson 3-2. Gray's got to get one. There's got an escape, 4-2. Half a minute, second period. Pair of takedowns by Mays. One in the first, one in the second. That's the difference. In deep on the legs once again, Mays try to finish. Short time inside of 15 seconds. He scored one late in the first, looking for another here in the second. And the second takedown inside of 10 seconds. One to close the first, another to close the second, 6-2. And Mays with choice. Scored 3 takedowns. He'll choose neutral. Just lowers his level. Backing on the legs once again is Mays. Pops his head and gets the 2, 8-2. Out of bounds, back to the center. 126. If you're Gray on bottom, got to be thinking escape, and then you got to get to your Greco. Got to be looking for a throw. Need something big. Mays, he's just been the guy with the attacks, the guy taking the shots. It's paid off. 4 takedowns. Tight waist for Mays. Armbar. Potentially dangerous. Just under a minute. May stops the first move, has the arm wrist trapped. Slides in the left leg. Mays cranking away in a power half. Making it tough on Gray underneath. Short time scoring. Played a key role in this final at 160. Lot of credit to Mays. Was able to score a couple takedowns. Short time to close the first and second. There's an escape by Gray, 8-3. But Mays been living on the legs of Matthew Gray. 8-3 the final. Mays over Gray. Kurt Mays, your A6 USA Wrestling National Champion here at 160. Tough on his feet. Want to thank Fellowship of Christian Athletes Wrestling, helping support these 2012 USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Championships. Number 1 seed here at 170 pounds, Alex Meyer. Wrestling Nick Fuller. Meyer with the red ankle band and the colorful singlet worn by Fuller. And Meyer has the takedown 2-0, 25 seconds in. Meyer, senior from a Southeast Polk, wrestling for coach Jason Christensen, coming off a state championship campaign in which he finished 46-1. He was 6th as a sophomore, 5th as a junior before making that climb to the top. Freestyle and Greco champion in Iowa. In Fargo, he was a Greco runner-up and 3rd in freestyle. Won the title here a year ago. Did Meyer at 160 pounds, and he's heading to Iowa City. Going to be a Hawkeye to wrestle for head coach Tom Brands. Meyer 2-on-1. Leads it 2-1, 50 seconds first period. Fuller, a senior from Independence, Iowa. He was a runner-up as a junior, and this season, state champion, 47-1. Won a freestyle state title. Junior division last year. Meyer with an underhook. Some hand fighting. Meyer goes back to the underhook. 2-on-1 from Fuller. Just good head fighting, hand fighting. Trying to find an angle. 13 seconds off the restart. Two one to the second. Choice goes to Fuller. Meyer on bottom, second period. Fuller 2-on-1 wrist right, looking for a tilt. Hard cross face from Fuller. Meyer, though, was with a leg. Trying to jump across. Meyer able to get his hips underneath him. Now kind of an okey-chokey attempt from Fuller. And an escape for Meyer. 3-1. Top half of this bracket is nuts. Top half of this bracket, Meyer, the number 1 seed. Guys in the top half of the bracket, Ricky Robertson, he's from Illinois. Zach Beard, Oklahoma. Kyle Begin from Minnesota. Meyer, he's had to earn it. .45 seconds, second period, and Meyer going to tack on 2 more. Widens the gap. He's up by 4, 5-1. Meyer in the quarters defeated Begin 7-2. And in the semifinals, 12-3 major over Kyle Karras. 20 seconds. Roll from Fuller, and he escapes. 5-2. Fuller, he stuck everybody. An opening round bye, and then 4 pins. The latest in the semis, third period, stuck Levi Eck. We saw Kurt Mays in the final at 160. Score a couple of takedowns in short time, and there you see 2 more for Meyer. And he's in command, 7-2. You know, you break down wrestling, and like any sport, you can analyze it for hours and hours and hours and make great points. And there's a caution on Meyer, or you can simplify it a little bit. In football, don't turn the ball over. In wrestling, for me, it's about short time scoring. Find a way to win those final 20 seconds of periods. You win that collective minute, you're going to win a ton of matches. Find a way to score short time, and if you're on top, get that ride out. Point save, point earn. Those are key positions to win. Southeast Polk with 2 in the finals. We'll see Willie Miklas at 220. And Meyer, see numerous attacks from him. Just comfortable. 9-3. And he's a minute away from the title here at 170. Leg in. Keeping Fuller flat on bottom. Meyer showing optional starts. See, I like that. He lets him go, but he's on his head. He's keeping pressure on his opponent. Oh, nice shot again. And just drives right through him. He's got Fuller on his hips. Probably going to be just a matter of time before Meyer's going to add on 2 more. Out of bounds. 28 seconds. Meyer single leg. See if he's able to. He just scores the other one. 11-4. That'll be the final. 11-4. Meyer over Fuller. And your 170-pound Folkstyle National Champion Alex Meyer, the senior from Southeast Polk.
All team stuff.
182 pounds. It's the top 2 seeds. The number 1 seed, Greg Wilson, Keller Central High School in Texas. He's in the red. And the number 2 seed at Travis Lang, a senior, Kirksville, Missouri. Wilson, 3-time state champion. Head coach is his father, Bill Wilson. Lang spins, has a single. Wilson had a 2-on-1. Lang was 3rd as a freshman. And since 3 state titles in Missouri, this season as a senior, 55-0. Wilson with a takedown right into a cradle. Plenty of time. 50 seconds here in this first period. And Wilson, tight cradle, looking for a stick. Wilson readjusts. He's got him tight. Wilson going to settle in. 20 seconds. Lang trying to survive the final 20 seconds and live to see the second period. And there's the pin for Greg Wilson. A pin in 1:50. Greg Wilson from Texas will stand atop the podium as your 182-pound A6 Folkstyle National Champion. Want to thank Brutes. Check out all
You're red. What's your last name?
Brute Wrestling Shoes and Accessories, as they present the new cutting-edge footwear line. Three more champions to crown here in Cedar Falls. 195 pounds, the number one seed, Derek Gettings, as he'll face Steve Congini. Gettings from Nebraska, Congini from Illinois. Little AC/DC Thunderstruck in the background. Song never gets old, ever. That, and for those about to rock AC/DC, I mean, doesn't get much better. Hell's Bells. Maybe mixing some Metallica along the way. Gettings, senior from South Sioux City, Nebraska, was third as a sophomore, captured titles as a junior and senior, coming off a 27-1 campaign. He'll wrestle at Iowa Western, part of the Nebraska national dual team. High school coach is Coach DeLeo. Gettings, as I mentioned, the number one seed. Had a tough match in the semis. Defeated Parker Hines 10-8 in overtime. Hines, a Wisconsin state champion. Congini Willowbrook High School of Villa Park, Illinois. That's 3A. Head coach Brian Murphy. Congini was fourth as a freshman. Captured titles as a sophomore and as a junior in this season. Suffered an ACL injury. He'll wrestle for Coach Cole at Cornell. Congini, great wrestler, but brings a 3.95 GPA to the table. And Congini, 4 pins. .30 seconds, Congini leading at 2-0. Surprised we haven't gotten a stalemate. Neither wrestler improving position. Congini will take it. As time will tick away in this first period. And Congini takes a 2-0 lead to the second. Choice goes to red. Gettings defers. Congini goes on bottom.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan, get Tony.
Top two place winners in the junior division qualify for funded access to the Olympic Training Center. Train alongside resident Olympic Training Center athletes, work with U.S. national team coaches. Congini with an escape 3-0. What an opportunity.
This guy in Nebraska, he beat Parker Hines semis.
Gettings and Congini hand fighting. Now they separate. Another nice shot there from Congini. Gettings trying to kick away, but Congini able to cover. And now leads at 5-0. Slides his right leg in. Congini hips off to the side. Been able to readjust. .35 seconds, second period. And now Congini looking for near fall. And he'll have 3 upcoming. 8-0. Impressive couple of periods for Congeni. In control, 8-0. Third period coming up. Choice goes to Gettings. And he chooses neutral. He wants no part of being on bottom. Congeni's really worn him out. Double leg from Gettings. And no takedown. Out of real estate, back to the center. Congeni with an underhook. Gettings goes back to the double. Heavy hips from Congeni. And Congeni will spin around behind, make it 10-0. Again, want to remind everybody, April 21st and 22nd, tickets still available. Olympic team trials. Carver Hawkeye Arena, Iowa City, Iowa. Should be a great couple of days of wrestling. Looking forward to it. Make plans to be in Iowa City April 21st and 22nd. Congeni pretty overpowering in this final. With an arm bar, going to get off to the side and run it. Final 20 seconds. In a final when you're able to shut a guy out. Pretty impressive feat. And Congeni is able to do that in this 195-pound final. Congeni over the number 1 seed, Gettings, 10-0. Steve Congeni from Villa Park, Illinois, captures gold at 195. Top 2 seeds. Here at 220 pounds, the number 1 seed, Willie Miklas, and the 2 seed, Brian Moran. Miklas, Southeast Polk. I believe it was Alex Meyer from Southeast Polk that won it at 170. And Miklas out in front 2-0. Saw Miklas at the Cheesehead. He too. Cheesehead champion. Earlier we saw Oliver Pierce. And Miklas is so fun to watch. At 220, the guy wrestles like a 40-pounder. I mean, just really quick, athletic, and constantly pushing the pace. A lot of pressure. Miklas, what a story. As a freshman, was a runner-up at 119. Runner-up as a sophomore at 145. A state champ as a junior at 171, and then this year at 220 was 47-0. Was second here last year at 171. Miklas, couple of takedowns and cuts him 4-2. Moran from Fowlerville, Michigan. He's a junior, wrestles for Dan Kuhn. Miklas 4 pins. He had a pin in 24 seconds in the quarters over Joe Schiller. And then 2:26 stick in the semis, pinned Anthony Dobson. So Miklas has kind of been a man amongst boys up to this point. Moran, the number 2 seed, tested in the quarters, won it 8-6 over Brandon Rivera, and then beat Marcus Malachek from Wisconsin 6-5 in the semis. Oh, nice double leg out of bounds, but nevertheless, good attack there from Moran. Miklas leads it 6-3, 17 seconds. Miklas tried a low single off the start, a little bit early, caution. Moran was a qualifier as a freshman. A runner-up as a sophomore, was 4th this season as a junior. Last year won the cadet title at these Folkstyle National Championships at 2:15. Talk about short time scoring. Miklas there gets the takedown, and not to be overly critical, but the one thing with Miklas there, given that escape up, maybe that situation there, you get that takedown, ride him out the final couple of seconds. But as you see, Miklas did there, when he cut him, he went right back in. So he was looking to score. Moran will defer, and Miklas will go on top. Shows the neutral start. Eight to 5 with the escape. Yeah, a little bit surprised there why Miklas didn't pick neutral. His choice, picks up, but cuts him immediately. Little puzzling. Inside trip at the edge from Miklas. Now looking to crunch him up into a cradle, inside cradle. Talk about an arsenal. Miklas has an arsenal. I mean, this guy is... I've seen him score. You watch him wrestle. It's all kind. I mean, he just doesn't have a shot or two. He's got all kinds of stuff. And Miklas, he's a senior. He's going to wrestle for Brian Smith at Missouri. Snaps him down. Cradle again. Now he's going to lift a single. .52 seconds, second period. As a cadet in Fargo last July, Moran was 4th in freestyle, 5th in Greco, part of the Michigan Cadet National Dual Team. That was in Florida. They'll be held there once again this June. And Miklas able to cut the corner. Now looking banana splits. 25 seconds. Miklas not going to pin him in this position, but he'll get some near fall. But now Moran's going to reverse him. Scoreboard getting all kinds of work in this 220-pound final. It's 13-7. As Miklas back up by 7, 14-7, wasting no time with another leg attack. And we make our way to the third. Moran with choice, he'll go on bottom. And unlike when he had choice and cut him in the second period, Miklas at least rides it for a little bit before he gives him the escape. Good hard snap down from Miklas. But Moran tries to run him down, but runs out of space. Moran will see his teammates in the final at 285. Adam Kuhn. Spell Adam Kuhn. correct spelling would be B-E-A-S-T. He is something. Miklas, just over a minute away from a title, leads at 16-8. USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals here in Cedar Falls, Iowa, inside the McLeod Center campus of the University of Northern Iowa. Love AC/DC. Now we got some Michael Jackson, and I love Michael Jackson. (16-10). One thing you notice with Miklas is, I mean, he's not afraid to try stuff. Claw ride from Moran. Miklas to his feet. 17-10. Miklas again, that snap down into a cradle. Out of bounds. And that's the match. 17-10. Miklas over Moran, the future Missouri Tiger Willie Miklas. Your champ at 220 pounds. Stick with us after these finals. We'll have some true second place matches. Granby School of Wrestling. Check out their camps, Granby School of Wrestling. Steve Martin, head coach at Old Dominion. All right, here we go. 285 pounds. Adam Kuhn and Cole Johnson. Kuhn, a junior, Fowlerville High School. Just saw his teammate Brian Moran, a three-time state champion as Kuhn, coming off a 50-0 season. Freestyle and Greco state champion. Last year in Fargo was a Greco champ and was third in freestyle. And then he was a FILA Cadets World Freestyle champion. So, I mean, this guy's got super impressive resume. I know he's also, I believe, a state placer in shot put, football. I mean, he's a highly recruited football player. Great athlete. Wrestling Cole Johnson from DeSoto in Wisconsin. Cole Johnson, Wisconsin state champion. Cole was 43-2 this season, was a runner-up as a sophomore. Cole wrestled here last year but did not place. Kuhn and Johnson here in our 15th and final championship match. Steve Nicolati, head coach there at DeSoto. Adam coached by, I believe that's his father, Dan. State chairman for USA Wrestling in Michigan. Should say the Michigan state chair for USA Wrestling. There we go. Final seconds in the first. Kuhn with the head and arm. And a scoreless 2 minutes. Johnson with choice and defers. I will never, ever understand that. Although Johnson, I mean, unless he's convinced his best position to score first point is on top. If that's the case, then that's okay. But that's pretty rare. Pretty rare. And now Kuhn does score the first point with the escape. Heavyweight, just kind of a different style of wrestling, just, jockeying for position. Kuhn with an underhook. Now goes across the back. Reaches for the far knee. Stalling on Johnson. Kuhn moving forward. And right off the whistle, shot from Kuhn. Out of bounds. Johnson got to be ready off the whistle. Kuhn coming right at him. Another shot attempt from Kuhn. Kuhn going for a throw. He's got Johnson on his back. Kuhn's got him tight. Kuhn looking for the pin. He's got it. A minute 27 into the second period. Adam Kuhn from Fowlerville High School in Michigan. Your 285-pound ASICS USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Champion. So that wraps up our 15 championship matches. Now we'll have some true second-place matches. Been told that we'll have 3 true second place matches, and again we'll have those right here, and I would assume those would be started here in a matter of minutes.
Roll 'em. Roll 'em.
Yeah.
Here we go. Green. Red.
First match here, true second, 100 pounds, will be Jabari Moody and Austin Rust. Rust was beaten by Terso Lara in the championship match. Saw Moody's brother Nikosi capture the title at 106. And Rust with a takedown leads at 2-0. Rust, a sophomore. Central Cass High School, Castle Hunt, North Dakota. Moody representing Harvey Twisters, Illinois. Good scramble. Moody with a couple of rolls, but Rust staying right with him. Has the right leg in. And the first period is over, 2-0. Choice goes to Moody. He'll defer. And Rust will go on bottom. Again, these matches so important as the top two place winners in this junior division qualify for funded access to the Olympic Training Center. Moody will give the escape. Rust now up 3-0. Have a chance to work alongside resident Olympic Training Center athletes, work with the U.S. national team coaches. A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals is the only folkstyle events in the country where high school wrestlers have the opportunity to earn that prestigious honor. Moody with a headlock and out of bounds. And Rust with a bloody nose, so we'll stop action here with 1:29 in the second period.
There wasn't a true second. Junior starts at
Saw some great matches in the finals. First leg of the Triple Crown. Freestyle and Greco Championships in July in Fargo, of course. In the meantime, right after this, we got Olympic team trials April 21st and 22nd in Iowa City. Still tickets available. Head out to Iowa City. On the freestyle and Greco scene, we'll have our state championships. And then you get into June in schoolboy, cadet, and junior duels.
Oh, this guy stole it. He owes me a drink. See his face? Remember it. He's running away.
Moody with a 2-on-1 following a shot. Goes right back in again, but tied up by Rust. Moody splitting the middle. See if he's able to cut the corner. You see Rust has his left ankle tied up. It's going to be tough. A lot of times here to get a stalemate, but Moody stays with it. Moody keeps trying for the takedown. No stalemate whistled yet. 51 seconds. And Moody, right here, can he finish? Get right back in this match with a takedown. There's the two to make it 3-2. And now looking for back points. He's close.
Moody was a Fargo champ cadet. Possibly Greco and freestyle.
25 seconds. Stalemate. Big 23 seconds coming up here. Can Moody hold him down, or will Rust escape, get one back? Couple sits from Rust. Moody chasing hips. 10 seconds. And looks like Moody will get the ride out. Important ride out for Moody to close the second. He was once down 3-0. Trails it by 1, 3-2. Moody's got choice. Chooses neutral. And again, the bloody nose. Action stopped. A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, just one of over 40 regional and national events run by USA Wrestling each year. For more information on all of USA Wrestling's regional and national events, visit www.usawrestlingevents.com. Moody on bottom to begin third. He's down by 1. Have some blood on the mat. get that cleaned up and get right back at it. Rust has Moody flat. Tight waist. Kind of a coffee grinder up on his toes. Kind of chops that arm. Minute 20. Rust now cross-body ride with the right leg in. Trying to peel that left arm back. Moody to his feet. Now Rust brings him back down. Minute 7. Rust sets on the right side. You know, Moody just hasn't been able to get hand control. When you're on bottom, got to be weight back, hand control. And there, Rust a little bit out of position. And we are tied up at 3 with 50 seconds remaining. Rust with a 2-on-1. There he's able to get a leg. And as he tries to spin around, Moody able to grab one. And now Moody looks like he's in better position. Moody able to pop his head. And Moody scores 5-3, 15 seconds. Jabari Moody will get second place as he defeats Austin Rust 5-3 here at 100 pounds. These periods are 1-2-2.
We got a guy coming for you.
Gotcha.
Paul.
Hale, you're green. The leg band's right down here.
True second place match, 120 pounds. Eli Hale and Morgan Engbrecht. Hale in the blue singlet, blue and white. Knee pad on his right knee. Hale lost to Gunnar Laffoon in the 120-pound final. Engbrecht lost to Laffoon in the quarterfinals 9-8. So this ought to be a good one for second place. And the takedown awarded to Engbrecht. Big takedown here with just 15 seconds in his first period with 1 minute first period. Takedown is so big. And inside of 10 seconds, Engbrecht close to score near fall. But he gets the takedown. And just 2 seconds here in the first. Second period. Hale with the choice. He'll go on bottom. And a caution. And that's going to go on the bottom man. Hale is first. Hale able to work up and escapes 2-1. Hale dives in. He's got a single leg. Sucks in the ankle. Ambrecht with a whizzer. Key here for Hale is, can he get across to that far leg? Now going to lift a high single. There he's able to dive across, has the far leg in good position here to score. But Ambrecht can scramble. Are you kidding me? A takedown from Ambrecht. Here's a roll from Hale. Man, it's amazing how good some of these guys are at scrambling and being able to score when they look like they're 99% dead. You know, dead to rights to give it up. Not only do they not give it up, but they score. And mentally, that is going to be so frustrating for your opponent. Ambrecht leads at 4-2, 35 seconds, second period. Man, how he scored that last takedown, that was impressive. Ambrecht 2-on-1 stalemate will reset with 22 seconds. Some good scrambles through the first, soon-to-be 4 minutes of this match. Ambrecht up by a pair to the third period, 4-2. He's got choice. Chooses neutral. Ambrecht likes to tie up the arms. 2-on-1. He's got both elbows. And once again, you see Hale had a leg, and Ambrecht scores again. 6-2. Right when I saw Hale with that single leg, I thought, okay, here's his best position to tie this one up at 4. But Ambrecht scores again. Look at Hale, face down, extended, elbows and knees flared out. Now trying to build himself a base by getting his knees underneath him. Ambrecht chops him down. Ambrecht armbar. Has a hammer lock on Hale now. Six to 2 is going to be our final score. Morgan Ambrecht, true second. At 120 pounds, 6-2, Ambrecht over Hale. Originally told 3 true second place matches, but won't be the case. We're going to have more than 3. Next up, we have Brock Irvin and Nate Rodriguez. This is 126 pounds. In the final, it was Irvin who fell to Colton Adams. Rodriguez fell to Adams in the semifinals 4-3. And Adams beat Irvin 3-2. So again, on paper, this appears to be a tight one. Final 10 seconds here in this first period. Period 1 is a minute. Periods 2 and 3, 2 minutes. If you're able to score in the first period, be huge. Always is, but with a minute, a lot of times you get that first period, or you get that takedown, and more often than not, you're already in good position. Going to be thinking about that ride out. Short time. Short time creeps up quickly in a 1-minute first period. Irvin bottom to start the second. On his shoot tops underneath. For a moment there looked like a Peterson roll. But gets the reversal, 2-0. Hit a Peterson a lot of times. That's a 5 spot. Rodriguez to his feet. Irvin, though, not going to give it to him easy. Staying with him. There, Rodriguez able to hand fight and escape 2-1. Irvin fighting for inside position as they go to bounds. 57 seconds. Irvin, double leg. Able to turn into him. And a stalemates. 20 seconds here in the second. Irvin, a first period takedown. Or the second period reversal, I should say. That's the difference. Nice shot there from Irvin. Can he finish? He's got just seconds here in the second period. And not going to happen. As expected, tight match here with Rodriguez and Irvin. Rodriguez with choice. Goes on bottom. Irvin with an armbar.
Hey, Tony. Who's going to do registration at 3? Who's going to verify membership? I think for
Irvin there with claw. Rodriguez pops to his feet. Irvin now drops to a leg. And We're tied up at 2. Irvin in deep. Another opportunity. He was in a similar position before. And here Rodriguez able to dump Irvin to his hips. And there's 2 for Rodriguez. Interesting flurry of action there. Rodriguez going to win that battle. 3 unanswered for Rodriguez. 4 rather. It was 2-0 with that reversal in the second period. So Rodriguez stormed back, now leads at 4-2 and is 15 seconds away from the true second. So guys that were in the finals have not fared well up to this point. I believe they're 0 for 3. As Nate Rodriguez picks up the W. Rodriguez over Irvin, 4-2.
Yep, name. Green.
Stewart. 138 pounds at J.J. Whaley and Peter Stewart. 138. One of the more dominating performances from the champion Derek LaPaya. LaPaya beat Stewart in the semis 15-5. LaPaya, though, also a dominating victory over Whaley. And Whaley scores the first takedown here in this first period. 25 seconds in that match with LaPaya. Whaley had a shot in that first period. LaPaya put him right to his back off his shot, off Whaley's shot. For a 5 spot out of the gate, LaPaya never looked back. And Whaley the takedown and the ride out to close the first. Leads at 2-0, second period upcoming. Choice will go to Stewart. He'll defer. And Whaley will go on bottom. USA Wrestling proud to have ASICS as the title sponsor for these Folkstyle Nationals. For all your wrestling apparel and merchandise needs, visit www.asicsamerica.com. Caution on Stewart's. Stewart able to bring him back down. Now switches sides. 127. And caution on Stewart. Believe that's his second one. Got to be careful. Stewart with the right leg in. And a stalemate at the minute mark in the second period. It's be big for Stewart. You give up that first, that takedown in the first period, 2-0. But if you're able to ride him out the final second period, you're still in, pretty good shape. And as I say that, Willie's not only going to reverse him, but almost put him on his back. 4-0 as Stewart avoided disaster. If Stewart would have been able to ride Willie another minute in that second period, 2-0, you're right back in that match and the strength of your skills on top. Stewart 4-1. If I'm Stewart now, really going to pick up the pace 30 seconds, want to score 2. And of course, on the flip side, if you're Willie, you're thinking 4-1. Of course, you want to be smart, but if you have an opening, really widen the gap heading into the third period. Short time, 10 seconds. Stewart here with the great opportunity, trying to pull it within 1, 4-3. There, he's got the takedown. And we'll go to the third period. It's a 1-point match. Stewart's got the choice. And Stewart chooses neutral, respecting Willie's skills on top. Stewart looking for an angle. Minute 20. Willie leading it by 1. Another shot from Stewart, but just straight on. Stewart's really got to increase his urgency. And Will able to spin around behind and gets the takedown to lead it 6-3, and that ought to do it. Stewart took a few shots, but it's not very good shots. They were straight on, and on that last one, Whaley was able to spin around behind and get the 2. And J.J. Whaley from Illinois in good position, but Stewart able to escape 6-4, still got a chance with 10 seconds. And Whaley able to stave Stewart off and get second place. J.J. Whaley of Illinois, 6-4. Whaley over Stewart's. Here at 138. Next up, at 145 pounds, it's the number 1 seed, Brandon Sorensen. Sorensen was defeated by Clayton Ream, our champion here at 145. That was a 4-3 match. And Lazar DeLuca. DeLuca in the orange, black, and white singlet. Sorensen lost to Ream in the quarters. And I'm trying to think back memory-wise. DeLuca pulled that match with Ream. That was a 2-point match late. And then I believe, Ream scored a takedown. I think might have added some back points there to close that match out, but it was close. DeLuca had a bloody nose throughout that match. Scoreless first period. DeLuca on bottom here in the second. DeLuca with an escape, 1-0. Great weekend of wrestling here in Cedar Falls. Senior level action taking place as well. Olympic qualifier again, April 21st. Make your plans to head out to Iowa City, April 21st and 22nd. Olympic team trial. Sorensen with a takedown up 2-1, his first lead. Coming up on a minute. And knotted up at 2 apiece following the escape from DeLuca. Sorensen will have choice, third period. Shot from DeLuca. He's got 30 seconds. Looking for a takedown. Good defense from Sorensen. Still neutral. Sorensen with a whizzer. And DeLuca with a golden opportunity. It looked like for a second there, DeLuca, instead of having the takedown, he went for a cradle, was thinking about something big, and you can't fault him for that. But I think had he just settled for the takedown, I think he would have gotten it. And Sorensen able to win that position and keep this one a 2-2 match. And Sorensen bleeding on his lip. And I think DeLuca still battling a bloody nose. So this one 2-2, third period on its way. Sorensen up by 1, early third. Sorensen in that head inside single. Whizzer from DeLuca. And Sorensen able to bust him down. DeLuca trying to scramble. Both these guys tough to score on. Each has had a pretty good opportunity, but very good with their defense. 112 after the stalemate. DeLuca holding on to his left shoulder, but action's going to be stopped. His nose continues to bleed. Had a hard time dealing with that bloody nose in the final, and DeLuca continues to battle the bloody nose. Sorensen up 3-2, third period. LaPaille was the national champion here at 145. What a performance from him this entire tournament. Sorensen with a shot, but he's underneath. And again, the bloody nose. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but sitting here with Derek Sikora, him and I chatting a little bit. And with some of these bloody noses, why not just wrap it up? I mean, put a couple in there and wrap it. But this is a major league bloody nose, to say the least. There's nothing worse. I don't get them often, but for some reason this week I had a couple. I mean, I get them once every few years, but I had a couple of this week, and there's nothing worse. Actually sitting there paying my cable bill, right now to check, and all of a sudden, bang. I mean, it was just a disaster. Lady's looking at me, just trying to put all the pieces together, and she couldn't do it. Ryan Johnson here with USA Wrestling. Phenomenal job done by the USA Wrestling staff. Great tournament. They made some adjustments, brought the finals here inside the McLeod Center. Good atmosphere. Saw some great wrestling. And I would say definitely another A-plus performance here in Cedar Falls. All right, we're back at it, 35 seconds. Slide by from DeLuca, but Sorensen there with a shot. Sorensen trying to hang on. He's 15 seconds away. He's up by 1. And Sorensen is 2 seconds away from taking second place. 3-2, Sorensen over DeLuca. Brute Nationals coming up next weekend in Missouri. £152. Archie Colgin and Alex Hernandez. Hernandez from Bettendorf. Colgin from Colorado. Colgin lost to Oliver Pierce in the final. And Pierce beat Hernandez in the semis 5-2. Pierce beat up Colgin pretty good in that final. Got a little bit chippy at the end. Some good wrestling, high emotions. Hernandez, the number 2 seed. Man, you look at Hernandez. Just his core from his hips to his kneecaps, just solid. Scoreless first. Look at Hernandez. Might be one thing to get past his head and his hands, but then get through his hips. Caution on Hernandez on bottom. And Hernandez on the board, 1-0 with the escape. Super duck. Colgin goes in for a double and drives through for the takedown, 2-1. Colgin with a half Nelson. So close to scoring back points. Roll through half. When you're able to sink that in and get it, it is so tight. And Colgin was close. .110 here in the second period. Colgin with a hook. Dumps him back down to the mat. And tied up at 2. Colgin with a wrist. Tries that super duck. If I'm Colgin, I'm going back to that double. Short time, 10 seconds. Colgin will go on bottom, and Hernandez will give him the escape. So Colgin back out in front, 3-2 now. Slide by. Minutes and a half, Colgin up by 1. And if in these true second place matches, in this case Hernandez, Colgin now hit with the stalling. I mean, he's coming off a win. He's coming off a win. He's got some confidence, momentum, and you look at a guy like Colgin, He was beaten up pretty bad by Pierce, but you got to get over that. You got to regroup, put that aside, and, come back ready to fight. Because, again, top two funded access at the Olympic Training Center. There, Colgin able to find the angle, cuts the corner 2. And Colgin leads it 5-2. And we saw that in the first couple of true second-place matches, the first 3, I believe it was. That kid that was coming in following the win won. And the guy that lost that championship, he lost. That's when you got to fight your mind, the mental side of things. Got to win between the ears. 5-3, Hernandez needs a takedown to tie this one up. Colgin trying to suck up a single at the edge. Switches off to a double. Colgin there, nice job to move forward. "17 seconds. And Colgin is 4 seconds away from the W. And Colgin hangs on 5-3. Colgin over Hernandez. Archie Colgin from Colorado. Second place at 152. Red, 170 pounds, Nick Fuller and Cooper Moore. Alex Meyer, the number 1 seed, the national champ. Cooper Moore, the number 2 seed, won his first match where they pinned in 52 seconds, and then he was pinned by Eric Lux. So Cooper Moore has come all the way back from the backside to give himself a chance in this true second place match, and good start as he leads at 4-1. So when it's all said and done, it could be the number 1 and 2 seeds placing first and second. More 4-1 to the second period. And we'll start neutral, second period. Moore from Minnesota. Hard takedown there makes it 6-1. More, a couple of hooks. Drives him forward and out of bounds. Fuller, quick stand-up, hand fights and escapes. Still down by 4, 6-2. 45-second second period. A nice inside trip. Makes it 8-2. More 20 seconds away from the rideout. As a half Nelson and now Hook. Seven seconds. Moore in control to the third. Fuller's got choice, and he's going to take his chances on top. Need a couple of turns. Let's maybe try to catch him. Down by 6 against a guy like Moore. Any way you slice it, tough spot to be in. Look at Moore able to get the reversal, 10-2. Moore with an arm bar. Sucks him back to his back. No near fall. 10-2 remains the score. 106 here in the third. More tight waist, arm bar. Just tons of pressure on top. Fuller at the moment with no answer on bottom. Cooper Moore, the number 2 seed after losing in the second round, comes all the way back to take second place. The 10-2 major over Fuller.
We'll wrestle this one first. So you're Jacob? Yeah. You be red, so it's just him. Thank you, guys. Yep. There's supposed to be a true second at 82.
Believe we're going to have a true second at 182, but before that, we're going to wrestle a true second at 195 with Derek Gettings and Jacob Davis. Congini, the national champ here at 195. He beat Giddings in the final. Congini pinned Davis in the semis. So Giddings and Davis true second here at 195. And Giddings trying to keep 2 feet inside the circle, can't do it. 35 seconds.
That kid over there. Okay.
First period comes to a close, 0-0 to the second. Flip shows up red. Davis with choice. He'll go on bottom.
Yeah, they entered.
Caution on Davis. Davis, quick stand up. And able to gain hip separation with the escape 1-0. But Giddings right back in on a shot. Giddings there the edge. It's going to be a technical violation. Fleeing the mat. So a point to Giddings, 1-1. Giddings, good agility there for a big guy. Level change and able to finish 3-1. Davis again, another quick stand-up and escapes, pulls to within 1.
Gettings is green. Okay, good. That makes sense.
50 seconds. Giddings with a single. And now going to lift Davis off the mat. Again, Davis, you got to be careful.
But there should be a junior one.
Out of bounds. Sure, Giddings would like to have that one back. That's one. Get him in the air like that. Want to finish those. "20 seconds. Short time here in the second period. Quick shot off the whistle there from Giddings. Giddings, 15 seconds. Is that a shoe tops? And Davis keeps it a 1-point match to the third. Giddings with choice. Goes on bottom. Davis stays behind him. Davis power half. Stalemates. Davis hasn't had any real legit scoring attack from neutral. So he'll be working for a turn here. We'll see how he plays it as a caution on Gettings. See how long Davis will work for a turn before he decides to go the route of cutting him and looking for a takedown. But as I said, he hasn't been real close. Has been close from neutral, so if he's able to get something going here on top, I think that's his best course of action. Here he's looking for a tilt. And he's going to score back points. Doing a nice job on top. Too nearful to take the lead 4-3. I'm impressed. It's good wrestling. Got to load up again. And going to score again. Now he's going to put in a half Nelson. But believe he'll have two more near fall. Yes, he does, to go up 6-3. Now he's got to be a little bit careful here. He's out of position, and he wisely there gives up the 2 to make it 6-5. And now we'll see how Gettings plays it. Gettings will cut him. So Gettings now down by 2. And Davis hit with stalling. Big body language guy. Look at Gettings there, hands on the hips. Never like to see hands on the knees, hands on the hips. Oh, Gettings goes in. He's in deep on a double. And we are tied up at 7:30 seconds. Good battle here with these guys. Now Davis with the escape. Gettings has 20 seconds. If I'm Gettings, I'm going right back to that shot. And Davis has been hit once with stalling, so he's got to be careful. It's a 1-point match. Next one will be tied up at 8. Quick shot off the whistle from Gettings. Davis able to get around behind him, gets the takedown, and that will ice it up for Jacob Davis. That went all kinds of twists and turns, but in the end, Davis defeats Gettings 10-7. That match was all over the place. Fun third period. Now we'll go back to 182. And here at 182, it's Travis Lang and Cody Lindsay. Lang lost to Wilson in the final. Lindsay was knocked off in the quarterfinals by Garrett Smith in overtime, 4-2. And then Lang knocked off Smith 3-1. Lang was pinned by Wilson. Wilson put him in the cradle. If I recall correctly, pinned him late first period. "15 seconds. And stalemates. Nice job there by Lindsay to tie up Lang, get the stalemate. It's a penalty point. Scissors on the body. So a point for Lang. And give him credit. Try to give a guy credit. And Derek puts me back in line, says penalty point. Lang will defer, and Lindsay will go on bottom here in the second period. It's a big point late in that first period. Those are big points. Lang breaks him down. Has the right wrist. Slides in the right leg. Okay. 1:25 second period. Lindsay in a tough spot underneath. Lang gets the penalty point in the first period, been able to ride Lindsay for a minute here in the second period. There's a stalemate, so critical right here for Lindsay underneath on bottom. You know, you get caught underneath on Lang, going to be tough. So right here, got to be getting hand control. Weight back. Don't want to get caught. Whatever it takes, 2, 3, 4 moves off the bottom. Don't stop. There's a stand-up from Lindsay. Lang drops to an ankle. Inside of 30 seconds here in the second period. It's 23 seconds. Lindsay's got to find a way to get one. But Lang riding tough again, breaks him down, stops first move, has him flat. Legs are tied up, wrist tied up underneath. And a caution on Lindsay. Can't blame him. Just one caution, got a couple to give. And there's an escape from Lindsay. We're tied up at 1. Not exactly sure what happened to Lang. He was confused. I'm not sure what happened. He just gave it to him. Scoreboard says 1-0, and now there's, 1-1. Late escape by Lindsay to tie it.
Let Tony in for 5 minutes.
Potentially dangerous. Lang in good position here, goes across, gets the far knee, and he'll have a reversal. Now 3-2, 1:15 here in the third. Quick low single shot there from Lang. Another stalemate, 29 seconds. Lindsay with a shot. Final 10 seconds. Lindsay down by one, just unable to get to the legs. Stalling on Lang, but no problem there as Lindsay tries a desperation move. 3-2 the final, Lang over Lindsay. And I believe those are all of the true second place matches for juniors. Have some cadets. True second place matches. J.P. Newton. And Bobby Stevenson. Ten seconds in, 2-0. And a reversal to tie it up at 2. Good action just 20 seconds in.
I got 2 more on my man.
We're going to go 5. Yeah, still moving right. I think I stopped him. I looked
Yeah, it's on 38, so it was running when it was red. Oh no. Hang on.
Hold on.
Hang on.
What's going on?
What is this?
Hold on. Do you see that? It's off by 13 seconds.
Yeah, do you see how...
Click on set.
Yeah.
Do you see what that did? It was red and it was going down. And then I
Down by 2 seconds.
put it up and then it went to 50.
It was like...
Yeah. Oh, heads up. Heads up. That could have been bad.
Stevenson back up by 1, 3-2. And fortunately there, nobody got hurt. And in the final seconds, Stevenson looking for 2 more. And just runs out of time. That would have been huge. Would have went up 5-2, but still up. Leads by 1, 3-2. Newton defers. Stevenson to go on bottom. Caution on bottom. Now a 4-2 score, neutral. Stalemate 117. These are true second place matches for cadets, 160 pounds, Newton and Stevenson. Newton with a shot, but in a tough spot. Stevenson, pressure on his head. Both shoot at the same time, and a takedown for Stevenson. Injury time for Newton. 43 seconds in the second period. Yeah, those two like a couple of battering rams shot at the same time. And Stevenson came out on the better end of the stick in that one. You get a look at Stevenson. Cadet championship matches scrolling on bottom. Now 6-3. another 2 makes it 8-3. That was some good wrestling there from Stevenson. Reshot. And he'll finish the second period up by 5. Newton with choice. He'll go on bottom. Stevenson will just give him the point. Stevenson just so athletic. You know, tough to score on, just really quick, aggressive, stays on the attack. And overmatching Newton up by 6. Stevenson was grabbing Newton's fingers. That's going to be a point for Newton. Ref doing a really nice job here explaining this to the coach. Just came over, politely said, "Hey, coach, what's your question?" And he told him he can have as many fingers as he wants, 1, 2, 3, or 4, but the problem is you cannot bend them back against the joint. But that was just handled really well. I've been really impressed with the officials we've had on these championship mats that we've seen. Final minute here in the third period. Stevenson doubling up Newton 10-5. Good hard right turn there from Stevenson. He's been impressive. Be curious to see who beat him in the final. Tight waist. Look at Newton down flat. Elbows and knees out. Stevenson just applying pressure on top. Cross wrist. And Stevenson now hit with stalling. Newton with a roll, but Stevenson stays right with him. And Bobby Stevenson is going to be second place here in cadets at 160. 10-5, Stevenson over Newton. Next up, 182 pounds, Cameron Thornberry.
You got it. Good job.
And Nick Azowski. Thornberry Quest Wrestling, Azowski from Oshkosh. Wrestles for Jared Essel at Oshkosh West High School. Halfway through the first period, no score. Thornberry 2-on-1. And a scoreless first. Thornberry selects to go bottom to begin second period. In Azowski's corner, Scott Arneson, head coach at Merrill High School in Wisconsin. Also part of the coaching staff for the Wisconsin Wrestling Federation. Thornberry 1-0, second period, 1:20. It's kind of just a lot of hand fighting, and neither one of these two guys really taking any legit shots up to this point. Just trying to find position. There's double unders from Thornberry, trying to suck him in. Osowski with a head throw, and he's going to settle in. He's got him tight. That's going to be a pin for Nick Azowski of Oshkosh. See, they were listening over here. Said, hey, let's pick up the pace a little bit. Thornberry had the double unders, tried to suck him up into a body lock, and Azowski with a nice head throw to his back in the stick. Again, invite you to check out Fellowship of Christian Athletes Wrestling. Carl Perry leading the way. We thank them for their support. Check them out at fcawrestling.org. Final match here at 285 pounds. Cadets. As I said, final match. There might be some more. This one is 285. Sean Streck and Jacob Marnin. Here at heavyweight, of course, different style of wrestling. A lot of pushing and pulling, hand fighting. See if these guys will open things up a little bit. There's a double leg attempt from Streck. Martin collar tying a wrist. And scoreless first period. Streck will go on bottom second period. And Streck with an escape just 2 seconds into the period. Tally the first point, 1-0. Marnin with an underhook. See if he's able to use that. A6 USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals, just one of over 40 regional and national events run by USA Wrestling each year. For more information on all of USA Wrestling's regional and national events, check out www.usawrestlingevents.com. usawrestlingevents.com. Believe you can get to that as well from themat.com. 1 minute, second period. "40 seconds. Martin has that underhook again. That time he had an opening. Now he's got double unders. All right, he has an underhook with his right arm. I believe he had those double unders trying to suck him in. 22 seconds. Martin again. Double underhooks. And a 1-0 match, third period. Struck up by one now. Martin, he'll have his choice. He'll go on bottom. Streck riding tough on top through the first 30 seconds in the third period. Martin pops up, but Streck goes to a finish. Martin laying flat. Crossface from Streck. Martin's got to find a way to get his knees underneath him, give himself a chance, put himself in position to work for an escape. Streck has kept him at bay in this third period. And 39 seconds. Kind of reminds me of, you look at a match like this, think of Tony Nelson from Minnesota. Tony Nelson had a 0-0 first periods. He'd get that escape in the second, but he's so tough on top, and he won a bunch of matches 1-0. And Streck did a nice job right there as Martin got up. Good mat awareness to drive him out of bounds. Hasn't been hit with stalling yet, so that's the way you want to play it. 32 seconds. Key here for Martin to get off to a good start off the whistle. Martin tries a roll, and the reversal makes it a 2-1 match. Martin slides his right leg in. He's 20 seconds away from the W. Streck had wrestled such a good match up to that point. Now Marnin had to be careful there not to give up the defensive pin. Marnin with that late reversal. The 2-1 decision. Last match, Connor Tolley and Landon Pelham, 195 pounds. Tolley in the blue singlet. Pelham in the black and red. Thank you so much for joining us here today for these championship matches of the ASICS USA Wrestling Folkstyle Nationals. Crowned 15 junior national champions. Handful of second place matches in juniors, and tacked on a few more on this mat with cadets as well. You want to see some of the matches that you may have missed, they will be posted on the mat.tv, mattv.com. So keep an eye out for those. And Tolley puts Pelham on his back, and he's got him tight. Trying to keep him inside the circle. "25 seconds. Tolley able to step over. But I think Pelham's going to be able to live to see the second period. Be a big 5 spot on the board for Tolley. Tolley with choice. Defers, and Pelham to go on bottom. And an escape puts Pelham on the board, 5-1. One point red. Unnecessary roughness, a little bit of a shove to the face from Tolley, so it's 5-2. Man, Pelham looked like he was in deep trouble in that first period. Going to say a takedown here would put him right back in the match, but Tolley responds with a takedown of his own to go back up by 5, 7-2. Has a wrist and a half, and he's got him. Had him. He was all right, but Pelham able to roll through. Man, he had that half in tight. He stays chest to chest. He's in real good shape. Now going to readjust. And there's the pin. Slap of the mat. The pin for Connor Tolley from Indiana. True second at 195 pounds, and that will conclude the action from here inside the McLeod Center. Again, thanks for joining us. I'm Shane Sparks saying so long from Cedar Falls. from the 2012 ASICS USA Wrestling Folkstyle National Championships.